It's a surefire product. And this will cut down my policy time by entirely. So that even the best doctor will think that I'm dead. And these are very hard to take if I had a heart condition. So I'm going to start at the time. There'll be no trouble getting rid of it. You must make absolutely sure that I'm there not more than 24 hours after I've done. Then all you have to do is wait until night. But I'll find it your place by you collect the insurance money. But off and away. You know, we've made a really great story. I'd be lucky to get £50 for it. No money in Mara. And once you've collected the insurance, the perfect plan. The perfect plan, except for one thing. I'll never learn. I'll never fall. John is only working as a section for the shop. Anyway, the body of our Got the money. I'll get the money. What are you supposed to do? Some information that you will find. What if tonight's camp? Making it one of the most recognizable smiles. I see. And now let us resume our film, uninterrupted by David. Trust, Toy. Seems so real. Almost as if you were going to do it. But why that one? Why that particular night? Why is it? It's night. You're really interested in it. My begins on an island, a tropical island. The island state. I don't remember me. Bob. Oh, Dixon. What are you doing here? I had to visit him for a friend. I heard your name mentioned at a bar. The waiter. Bad idea. So, fortunate. Right.
Perfetto.
Storm.
Papà? Signore.
So, only a few weeks ago, 5,000. 5,000. So, by who? The castle. In his gallery, so the Lawrence building. But why such a price? The pictures. They've been highly praised by no less an artist than Brendan Regan. Benton Regan.
Get out the way there, please. Get out the way, Papa. Good boy.
Benton. What do you wish? By voodoo. Why? To get revenge on those who wronged me. What do you do? I'm an artist. How did you place with in your body? No. One motive. You must do it.
Hercules. What am I about? Hercules. Hercules. Hmm?
This will get me to London, and then you'll get it all back. And lots more. Thanks. Glad your old studio was available. Glad to see you back. Thank you. Cool. Exactly as you said before that time. And this is a combination. Thank you. I hope you still great in case you wanted to come today. Thank you. You cheated. You cheated yourself. You had this thing like you was said about your painting, it was 100% about the negativity. That shows us to be able to fight. We're all in it together. That's the way of the world. You buy cheap. Yourself there. You have to pay a critic to tell lies so you can do it. No. Cheating. Going to theater. I'm going to have the bench. patient reached both memorials in 1973. Like many oncology books, it offers several shorter tales rather than lengthy sequel stories, which guarantees that at least one of them will disappoint you, and perhaps all of them will as well. I have found it true, not to inspire. Pardon me, that's been true. Yeah, I am sorry. Proof that scientific indeed is a dangerous occupation. But now let us begin. Both Barbara in 1973. Something. I put ground. So did I. So why did you do? like some sort of a club. Never knew there was. This elevator has no push button. And there's no way out. Someone found him around here, so why not make the best of it? Good idea, have enough. Then, once yours first, then green situation. Almost like a green. Green, much more brightly than this. At least mine are. They're him or there. Strange. Mysterious. Unworldly. Almost unbelievable. Yeah. The term green. What feels sometimes is actually happening. Why did you tell us about it? All right. Of course. Well, you found out. Where? Where? That's where she lives. I just like the sound at all. Something strange about it. And nobody knew I hired you. Nobody saw you come here. I'm good at my job. Everything confidential. Thanks. Anytime. Your brother? How?
Are you trying to get lost?
Look,
What do you want?
let me see you. Oh, you are my friend. What do you think of manage yourself to reflect like this? What is that place of dark again?
I was there. There's been 17 cases so far. What is past every drop of blood drained off. Now, tell me when you want to find me so badly.
Father died 4 weeks ago. I've been looking for you ever since. You're his heir. Yours were his said. He left you everything. As long as you live. What do you think? The trouble goes rather nice. Juice, soup, roast, sweet, coffee. Sounds fine. Ah, Monica. trying to explain. It's with me all the time. It's just a dream. We all have dreams like it. And you, what's your dream? Why not you first? I want whatever you want to do. I and they say congratulations in the morning. And you get married. At your age, spend a lot of time and energy talking, buying stuff and how you think good sort of thing. Now you need something to look after. And you come. But who's the lucky girl? Who knows you never been taught child by more steps? To do that, well, it's just not the house. They're not. They try. Oh, I know you should marry you. Can't you marry? They told me that. I guess in that meeting, that you move from the sunshine, it's a fine energy. Well, of course, please spread the thing next to the place. How this is run, that's how I money, and that is how I know we should be run.
Mhm.
You need to target. Not more than anybody else. Yes. Get what? Oh, so you. Another feeling. I said, wisdom. What?
Can you do it? Mm-hmm. What are you doing, Papa?
Let's give it another day or two. How much? How much do you want for the drink? Maybe a price.
There is no trick. The magic is in the room.
Okay then. Sell me the rope.
I cannot. It was my mother's. Her mother and her mother.
I give you 40,000 rupees.
It is not for sale. Not at any price.
Of course it's a drink. It has to be. But I examined the basket, the rope, and I couldn't see how it was made.
And she wouldn't sell it.
If I couldn't figure out how it worked, no one else would be able to. It could be sensational. The trick you showed me.
No trick.
Of course, the magic you showed me. I told my wife about it, and she wondered if you could show it to her. No, you know, my wife was ill, and we wondered if you couldn't come to our hotel room. I pay you 200 rupees just to show it to you. Thank you. for a plan on it. And this will cut down my pulse and heartbeat, my entire metabolism, so that even the best doctors will think that I'm dead. These are pills I'd be taking if I had a heart condition, so if I'd have an attack. There'll be no trouble getting a sense of it. And you must make absolutely sure that I say not more than 24 hours after I'm done. Then all you have to do, wait until night, pick me up, and I'll find at your place while you collect the insurance money. We're off and away. You know, we've made a really great story. I'd be lucky to get £50 for it. No money in horror. And once you've collected the insurance money for a night, I shan't need you anymore. The perfect plan. Perfect. The perfect plan, except for one thing. I'll never learn. I'll never try.
What are you doing there, Patrice?
Trouble is, we can only work in the section of the shop get into it. Anyway, the body of our own. Well, I think work out what I want to do. You got the money. After we get the body. What do you want it for? The gold. Yeah, give him out. Hurry, Ali. Hurry. What's for your giant man? What? Giant that way. Sorry. Did you hear a call? No. Should be just about waiting. How long did you say before you realized it's just killed? Give me the money now. Show yours. Sorry about it.
Please turn that off.
These are my baby. I chose the red. Valentine's Day because naturally red is my favorite color. And it's nice because I think we're the only two with this red in this area. So if I see him at the grocery store, I know it's him. I know he's coming home. Little tracker. I did encapsulate some little 3D figures that I created with our sea shells. That's what it's called. So if you guys would like to make little starfish, like I did, the little starfish, you guys can find the little mold and everything that I'm using on the website. You guys already know the video on the top. And right here, I am using the one and only they adhesive for the thing. So if you guys love the things, but it never stays, guys, but you can try this. If you haven't already, your crystals will last up to 4 plus weeks as long as you apply enough of the okay? So be mindful in the size of the crystals that you are applying when you are using the glue. So right here, you guys see I'm doing more glue than what I did on my smaller crystals because these are heavier. So when you're going big, you gotta add enough. So don't add way too much because it's gonna flood your crystal because it's going to mess up the sparkle, especially if you're using Swarovski honey, because we're using the good shade. These are two of the expensive kinds of shade and or yourself. Like, okay, or look at the Swarovski, like, what happened to that? Like, we don't got time for that shit. So get yourself some expensive and let me know what you guys think of these nails. Would you wear them? Again, I love
Phantom breathing, artificial. You select my pictures and you lied about them to the public. You will never see again. Arthur Gaskell, Art Vida. You lied to me. You told me that my pictures were worthless and that you couldn't handle them. You won't handle anything. Yeah. Then watch how you lie down. Pick the filling and they make the pillow in front of you. Lastly, Japan even has a washing machine with 3 drums. Your clothes, your underwear, and your shoes each get their own drum. All 3 run at the same time, and every drum has its own screen where 3 things in Japan that should exist.
Have you hoes ever been slapped with motor oil? Well, that motherfucker was not supposed to be if you don't get the fuck up and make the fucking talent serious. If you don't get your ass up, keep that motherfucking nail desk and practice doing nails. I don't give a fuck if you got your dog nails. Do fucking nails. If you trying to get rich, y'all think I'm playing with y'all. We need to be rich by tomorrow. Get up. It's gonna take all of us to get up and practice. Get your ass up. You don't know how to do something, figure it the fuck out. Right? If you don't know how to do it, ask questions. Go research. If I'm available, I will help y'all. Y'all know I get on this business if I don't know how to do something. Y'all don't have to record things. You don't have to make content to practice something. I do that so I can encourage y'all. You can get up, practice, learn, listen, do different things, try different things. Like, not give up, y'all. Because I don't like no weakness. And if you quit, I promise you, I'm going to slap the shit out of the game. Motor oil. But yeah, and I see a lot of girls who go for jail. I did not realize so many girls feel like their jail is not cooperating. So I'm going to do the same exact designs. I'm not going to have to set up. I'm going to break it down and explain to y'all how I did my jail and what it does. The 2 gel polishes that I showed y'all at the beginning, the glues that we're using, they are free. My liner brushes are in my Amazon storefront. They're the black liner brushes. And no, they do not come this way. I make my brushes plain. That's just the way that I like to do my line work, artwork, or whatever. You know, y'all don't have to. The next color, y'all already know. The black gel powder that I'm using is from Boy. Y'all, I don't even like it. I'm going to just say CAOI. I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't even know if it's
25 Amazon products that feel like cheating at life. This is a bathtub jacuzzi that sits inside your bathtub and creates a jacuzzi so you can enjoy spa experience at home. This is a portable washing machine with a collapsible design that cleans baby clothes, socks, and delicates easily while saving space in apartments, dorms, RVs, and travel bags. This is a rechargeable light bulb that charges while it's in the socket, so if you lose power, you still have light for up to 24 hours. This is a security light bulb camera that screws in and rotates to monitor areas, keeping your space visible while you're away. This gadget turns any outlet into a remote-controlled switch, so you can turn off your lamps or Christmas tree without getting off the couch. This is a rain cloud watering can. You control the flow with your thumb to give your plants a gentle shower. This is a vacuum-closed steamer that pulls fabric and smooths wrinkles instantly, keeping clothes neat while you get ready. This is a pasta pot with strainer lid that boils and drains in one motion, making cooking easier while you prepare meals. This is a microwave cover lid that traps splatters and vents steam, keeping your microwave clean while you heat food. If you hate the sound of banging pans, you need this expandable rack. It keeps your cookware upright so you can grab what you need without digging. These are stackable cabinet shelves that let you use the vertical space in your kitchen, effectively doubling your storage. This is a magnetic fridge shelf that sticks and holds items securely, creating extra storage while you organize so your space feels less cluttered. This is an ice cube tray with a lid and storage bin that freezes and stores ice neatly while making it easier to serve drinks without spills. This is an insulated shaker bottle with leak-proof storage that keeps protein shakes cold longer while storing powders and supplements neatly at the bottom. This is a countertop water filter that requires no installation. Just fill the tank and plug it in to remove contaminants and get clean water instantly. This is a warming mat that heats up in seconds to keep your holiday dishes warm, and it rolls up for easy storage when you're done. This is a cordless bookshelf lamp with touch dimming that works as both a decorative light and stylish bookend for bedrooms, offices, and shelves. This is a rechargeable cordless table lamp with touch dimming that adds warm lighting anywhere, making it perfect for bedrooms, patios, or camping trips. This is a wide desk lamp that illuminates your entire workspace to protect your eyes, and it even has an extra outlet to charge your phone. These are battery-operated picture lights that attach magnetically, making your art look expensive without any wiring. This is a motion sensor mini light that turns on and off automatically, lighting dark areas while you move around so you don't need to find switches. This is a flat wall charger that plugs in tight and stays low profile, saving space behind furniture while you charge devices. This is a vacuum suction phone holder that sticks and rotates securely, holding your phone steady while you record or follow directions so it doesn't fall. This is a cordless electric grill brush with a high-speed motor that scrubs barbecue grates automatically, making grill cleaning faster and less messy. And that concludes both horoscopes. I trust you found at least one of the stories worth your time. If not, I believe there is an episode of Love and Magic Style on the adjacent channel. I understand it will showcase the sweetest styling of Mississippi tales.
The nail polish cruncher and golfer is May. My 4-year-old is always my heart is 21. So I'm barely touching her nails now. Y'all had so much to say in the comments about my new nails. Like y'all go
Of
on.
course,
Do y'all not know my niece
right
mother,
into
my
commercial,
sister, whatever my niece wants, she can
right
eat. I don't care if y'all feel like it was a waste of time. I don't care if y'all feel like it was a waste of time. I don't care if she ate the product off of my face. She's gonna keep her nails done. And plus, I'm trying to get her in the habit of keeping her nails done while she's 4.
good
So
night,
I'm gonna be on her nails for the rest of her life. She turned 5 at the end of August, so I'm definitely going to be on her nails again. These nails were for back to school. I literally made my I think 6 weeks the nails for her. Like I don't care if you on the first day. She told me she's gonna do it, y'all. So we gonna see. I don't know, y'all. And at the beginning, I did use rubber base, clear rubber base, and base. Then it was a lot of y'all in the comments saying like, oh, I would have used acrylic on her nails, this and that. Like once again, y'all are not her mother. I don't care what y'all feel like is best for her. You can do it for your child, or for me and my niece, we're gonna do it for her. I'm not trying to say like if you're a parent and you allow your child to use base acrylic, that's just not what we do over here. I'm sorry. Y'all can do what y'all want as a nail tech and as her auntie. I'm not putting acrylic on my 4-year-old niece. Or I'm not putting acrylic on any 4-year-old client I have. So at that point, we are communicating with my ass. But get into my niece's nails, everything she wanted, she got it. The nail polish.
Three things in Japan that sound fake but are real. First, Japan puts giant screens on the corners of buildings. The screen curves around the corner, so the picture looks deep. A cat walks out of the wall and looks down at the street. Next, some cans in Japan hold cake instead of soda. Fold the tab and eat the cake from the can. It is soft, full of cream and cheese. Also, they even have a tool that fills a banana with chocolate. A thin tube holds the core out. Press the handle and chocolate fills the hole. Then, Japan sells a grape that is not a grape. Peel the candy skin with your finger. Inside is soft jelly that tastes like real fruit. Plus, they even have an umbrella that shoots water. The handle holds the water, and the grip has a button. Press it, and water flies out. Next, many kitchens in Japan use a small cup for eggs. Crack an egg in, and the white runs out of the lid. The yolk stays whole. Also, Japan has headphones that turn into a speaker. Twist the two sides apart, and the sound goes outward. The same pair works in your ears or on a table. Then, if you travel alone, photospots have a stand for your phone. Turn the ring to any angle. The timer takes the photo for you. Plus, this Japanese nail clipper does not clip your nails. You slide your finger into the slot and it files the nail through. Every piece falls inside. Next, people in Japan put a strip of tape over their mouth at night. The lips stay shut, so you breathe through your nose. The snoring plastic mix shows a drawing instead. Next, plastic bottles in Japan have a small arrow on the label. Pull it and the label comes off in one piece. Bottle and label go in different bins. Lastly, they even have a timer that boils with your egg. It looks like an egg. It goes straight into the pot as the water heats. A dark ring spreads across it, showing you soft medium. Three things in Japan that sound fake but
I'm Santa Clara, and I rented a house on Haunted Hill tonight so that my wife can give a party. A haunted house party. She tells me there is something drink and go and grab people you met. They're all fine. If any of you will spend the next 12 hours in this house, I'll give you each $10,000. Or your next of kin in case you don't survive. Then you come out of the game. It was my wife's idea to have our guests come in funeral costumes. She tells me her sense of humor is, shall we say, original. I gave her some empty vows after a night in the house on Haunted Hill. Hold up. This is Lance Schroeder, a tax pilot. So no doubt a brave man. But don't you think you can be much braver if you're painful? And I happen to know that Lance needs the $10,000 I'll give him. If he's brave enough to stay all night. This is your wife. You've no doubt read her column in the newspaper. She says her husband's coming to the party with the right feature of ghosts. She was also desperate. Gambling. You've already met one of the pictures. A man living in mortal fear of a house, and yet he is rich in life and another night here. He takes the money. This is Dr. David Chapman, psychiatrist. He claims that my ghost will help you overcome hysteria. But don't you feel a little touch of cringe around the father's side? This is Nora Manning. I picked her from the thousands of people who work with me because she needs to get out for us, for her whole family. Didn't you, Chrissy? Harvey shot now, and you have midnight to find the house on Haunted Hill. I swear everybody went out. How does that work? How do I create that window? What?
25 Amazon products that fix annoying problems instantly. This is the snow cone machine kit that crushes ice and pours syrup over it, turning regular drinks into cold treats when the weather gets too hot. This is a double air fryer that cooks two different meals at once and syncs timing, letting dinner come together faster as everyone waits hungry in the kitchen. This is a multi-cooker with dual pots that runs two recipes side by side and controls heat separately, allowing full meals to finish together during busy nights. Baking feels like too much work. This bread maker changes that. It handles mixing and baking, so you still get fresh bread without the effort. This is a pickle jar with strainer that flips the separate liquid from food, letting you grab snacks cleanly as you avoid messy fingers every time. This is a grater that comes with 3 blades and grates directly into a measuring cup, so you can pour from the top or dump everything out from the bottom. This is an electric food chopper with 4 sharp blades that lets you grind meat or chop veggies in seconds, so you don't have to struggle with the knife. This is a sink drain strainer that lets you store or release water while perfect centerpiece for your table. This is a salt lamp that doubles as an essential oil diffuser. It creates a realistic flame effect and makes your room smell amazing. This looks like a little mushroom, but it attaches to your phone's flash to turn it into a soft night light. This is a 3-in-1 magnetic charger that works as a phone stand and charges your iPhone, AirPods, and Apple Watch, so you don't have to carry multiple cables. This is a mini legless fan for your desk that has 3 speeds and lights up in different colors, so you stay cool while working. This is an automatic foam soap dispenser that uses a motion sensor to dispense soap hands-free. It's USB rechargeable and delivers rich foam instantly for a cleaner and more convenient experience. This is a hand massager that warms up in seconds and provides deep compression, giving relief if your hands feel sore, cold, or stiff. These are microwavable slippers that can be heated in the microwave and keep your feet warm and toasty at home. These are solar globe lights that come with spikes that stick in the ground, or you can place them on your patio to make your pool look so much better. These mini fans come in a pack of 4 and keep flies away while you're eating outdoors, and the blades are soft so they won't hurt if you accidentally touch them. This is a travel pump bottle set that lets you carry shampoo, lotion, and skincare products in compact containers. It's perfect for travel and helps you pack all your essentials without the bulk. These are laser scissors with a built-in laser guide, so you always cut perfectly straight lines. This dog-shaped key holder sticks to your wall and holds your car keys so you don't lose them, and it looks really cute. If you're bad at taking notes, you need this gadget. It attaches to your phone and uses AI to transcribe your meetings or calls, organizing all the important info so you can access it anytime. This is a piggy bank that opens its mouth up and down to eat your money, and it can also be used for other activities. This gadget sticks under your cabinet and lets you open any size lid with ease, which is super convenient. 25 Amazon products in the 6 and this is what eco-sex nuts look like. Cut the excess in half. Make diagonal cuts on the excess.
And our guest here, unfortunately still alive. She may go down.
Let's talk about
Just turn it before the water dirty. If you have to say
really excess
that's the $3 ghost card with 790.
dry
That's a very fetching outfit, hardly suitable for a party. Expensive like ghost party was your idea, but it's going to cost me $50,000. I want you to have fun. The party was my idea. You don't get it. Why all these strangers coming out of my friends? Friends? Do we have any friends? No, you're jealousy. I had a reason for inviting each guest. I wanted kind of cross-section, from psychiatrists to typists, and from drunks to jet pilots. They share one thing, they all need money. Now let's see if they're brave enough to earn it. Did you call this a party? Could be. Why do you want to do that? It spoils the champagne. It might explode. Never done it. Would you guarantee that? That isn't funny, Frederick. Make a good headline. Playboy kills wife with champagne. Will you join me? No, thank you. This is business, right? Improve your humor. My humor is fine, then. And I have employees. It's always good to know that. Have help. You'll enjoy the party more. Go on. Your trust is so touchy, and I'm not going to put it. All my wives are beautiful. But still alive. Would you go away for $50 tax-free? You want it all. I deserve it all. Jealousy isn't tax-free. Possessiveness is madness. Never a man has grounds for divorce. But can't prove it. Time will come. You'll slip up one of these days. Think so? Fast so. You remember the fun we had when you poisoned me? Something you ain't stopped. Yes. About to become a rock. Annabelle, you could do it again if you thought you could get away with it. Let me apologize to my wife. She's going to take us to that. Thank you. I'll have to say. Now, before the party begins, let's go over the details. The caretakers will leave at midnight, locking us in here until they come back in the morning. Once the door is locked, there's no way out. The windows have bars, jail police rather, and the only door to the outside locked like a bolt. There's no electricity, no phone, no one within miles, so nobody called for help. Like a coffin. So if any of you decide not to stay for the party, then let me know before midnight. Of course, see if I might be able to pay you any. I'm interested in your reasons for this party. Besides, pleasant company. Go. I think everyone wonders what they will do when they saw a gun. And now my wife has given us all the opportunity tonight. You good at seeing of the creation theory. Your party should be a success. The Richard here promised to genuine though. 7 now. Maybe more. That's true. 4 men have murdered. And 3 women. Planned your party very well, Mr. Clark. 4 of us are men. 3 are women. Goes for everyone. Richard, why don't you take another tour of the house? See that stain? Blood. A young girl was killed. And whatever got her was don't stand there. Where? It's too late. Ridiculous. Proof of receipt. That must be what it is. Then self-respecting male comes and hope it doesn't come back. Well, Mr. Pritchard, you're the life of the party. And even started this. Wasn't there a man who threw his wife into a wine garden? That was so. There's been a murder almost every place in this house. All this belongs to Mr. Norton, who didn't die here at Chief Electric. But Mr. Norton, he was experimenting with wine. But his wife didn't think it was any good. So he told the back bastard, threw her in. She was supposed to get out. But the boss. Just for the first time today, I actually looked at my schedule. It's a funny thing. When it's that shot, it was actually like just ordinary. But it was a good day. Come to night night. Yeah. But I feel like you were involved. I only have like a mile and a half. Can you get still out in here? Aren't you going to stay? If I don't, I lose $10,000. I'm going to stay too. $10,000. Yeah. Why do you believe in ghosts? I don't know. Well, I agree with what that doctor says. It's spooky stuff. I've done it twice. You think whoever wrote that? What are you gonna do with your 10,000? If we get it. What do you mean it? Will he pay us at this stage? Not sure. 10,000 is no more ahead than that Nicholson style. We're in an automobile accident. You know, for the first time that one of the family was making money.
The whole time I'm doing my sister nails, she over there huffing and puffing, mumbling all types of shit. Bitch, you ain't got no choice but to sit through these nails because you asked for it. Literally sat on the phone and plotted these nails for 3 days. This is her birthday thing. Today is actually her birthday. So if you're seeing this on August 3rd, tell my bitch happy birthday. Your birthday is in August too. Happy birthday to you, boo. So let's get into these motherfucking nails. So she wanted to show y'all her outfit so y'all kind of understand the LT is fuck, and as y'all see, the yellow polish is from TANNI. The little small jars are spider gel, but we're going to be using the black ones. Remember, I told y'all spider gel is really good, so make sure you keep an ass of acetone nearby. You know, while I'm doing my sister deal, she talked about, oh, I'm not going to give this any designs until about Thanksgiving. That's fine with me, bitch. Bitch like her is very impatient, and I ain't got time for that shit. And then let me tell you, I gave her a compliment. I said, you're doing good. You've been doing really good lately. You ain't been eating too much plain shit. They said we just took off with the most simple thing he got in a while. What's supposed to do? God is on all the yellow fresh too. We ended up realizing like that was way too fucking much. We just stuck to doing the dots on the pinky, which came out so much cuter than and y'all see I am using TNOY slash nail polish for my dots. And I'm just using a regular dot. Just in case y'all ask me, are the nail tips that I use on all of my clients? And yes, they are in my Amazon storefront. Just so glad that my sister was able to sit through all of the great nails and
Nothing in money won't cure. It's above my head. You didn't do that? Let's get a bandage on. He didn't always make it. Donovan, when you came in, you said something about a ghost. What did it look like?
honey, it was wearing a black suit. It went all the way to the
Weren't you a little frightened?
well, yes.
That, Mr. Lara, is hysteria. But then, Doctor, how do you explain what happened to that? Is that hysteria too? You better get that checked today, sir. Thanks, Doc. We could get home. The ghosts are coming closer, Mr. Moore. You really believe in your pet ghost, don't you, Rich? More than I told you, you will too. you like to drink that? No thanks. That's great. $10,000. In a hurry, dear? There you are, my dear. Someone or something was in here when I came in. Where? The door was locked. How did it get out? You saw it might have been a ghost, Laura. It was me. It was no ghost. Listen to you. 3, 6, 9, 12. 12 feet. 3, 6. I'm gonna knock on the other wall. When you hit, you knock on this wall. That's going out.
'Cause even after many rounds, she still couldn't find
door, looking flustered, which was also unlike him. Dennis was usually settled in his chair by the time I arrived. The morning routine, something he'd adapted to without difficulty. He'd been at the desk in his sitting room, the one in the corner by the window that I'd assumed was purely decorative because I'd never seen him use it. The desk had his laptop on it. The laptop was closed, but recently I could tell because the screen
arriving at and moving away from was a straightforward one. That Dennis, a man I'd grown to like, was choosing to spend his nights on this. I went back on the Monday and he was his usual self. Nothing felt different. And I convinced myself I'd misread what I'd seen, or at least misread enough of it that my conclusions were premature. Then in February, his daughter rang Denise, not about anything alarming on its surface. She noticed her father had been more tired lately on her weekend visits, had been a bit vague, had seemed distracted in a way that was new. She wanted to flag it in case it was something medical. Denise passed it on to me as the primary carer, asked me to monitor and document. I documented what I'd been noticing for 2 months, and then I sat on my sofa at home and thought about what I was actually dealing with here. The daughter visiting weekends, the son ringing Sundays, Dennis most evenings and most nights, apparently alone with his laptop and whatever was on it. I thought about the family photographs. Gloria on every surface. 41 years of marriage. The flat that had been maintained by someone who cared about it. The man who asked follow-up questions and remembered what I told him the previous week and had a good rug that had been expensive once. I thought about how grief operates in people who are very private, how it goes underground in certain men of a certain generation, how it finds things to attach to that you'd never expect. I'm not making excuses. I want to be clear about that. I'm trying to understand, which is different, even if the line between the two is thinner than I'd like. I went back on Wednesday, and he was at the desk when I let myself in. He hadn't heard me on the stairs. The flat has a thick front door, and I have a key. And he was looking at the screen with a quality of attention I hadn't seen on him before. Absorbed isn't quite the word. Fixed. The way someone looks at something that has become necessary rather than chosen. He heard me come through the hall and close the laptop and turned. And there was a moment, just a moment, maybe 3 seconds, where neither of us pretended quite hard enough that I hadn't seen what I'd seen. Then it passed, and we were back to normal. And I made his breakfast and did his medication, and noted on the care record that he had appeared distracted on arrival, and that this was consistent with recent patterns, and I left. On the pavement outside, I rang the safeguarding team directly, not Denise first, the safeguarding team, because of what I'd been trained to do when I had a concern about a client's well-being or about harmful activity was to report it. And I'd been not doing that for 2 months, and the call I made that morning was already overdue, and I knew it, and that knowledge is something I'm still carrying. What came after was not quick, and most of it wasn't mine to be part of. There was a safeguarding referral. The police were involved, not because Dennis was immediately suspected of anything, but because the nature of what I'd reported required it to be assessed by people with the right expertise. I was interviewed twice, asked to describe what I'd seen in as much detail as I could provide, which wasn't as much as I'd have liked because I'd seen it in fragments over weeks, and in one longer look that I'd ended by closing the laptop. What they found, working through the laptop with people who knew what they were looking for, was more extensive than I'd understood from my glimpses. Dennis had been active on multiple forums over a period of at least 18 months. The content on those forums included material that the investigating officers described to me in language careful enough to tell me
savvy, but I'm not completely hopeless either. I can navigate the internet well enough, understand basic privacy settings, that sort of thing. So when I read an article about the dark web one evening, I wasn't entirely clueless about what it was. The article was talking about how journalists and activists used it to communicate safely in countries with oppressive governments, how it wasn't all illegal marketplaces and criminal activity like the media often portrayed it. The article mentioned that ordinary people could access it fairly easily, that it wasn't this incredibly complex thing requiring specialist knowledge. Out of curiosity more than anything else, I looked into how to do it, found some straightforward instructions, followed them, and within maybe 20 minutes I was browsing this completely different version of the internet. Most of it was boring, honestly. Pages that wouldn't load properly, sites that looked like they'd been designed 15 years ago and never updated, broken links everywhere. I spent an hour or so clicking around, not finding anything particularly interesting. There were some marketplaces that looked obviously dodgy, a few discussion boards I had no interest in, and a lot of dead ends. Then I found something called the Witness Program. It was listed on one of those directory pages that catalog dark websites. The description was brief. Help provide testimony for those who cannot speak for themselves. Confidential, anonymous, essential. When I clicked through, the page that loaded was plain but well designed. Black background, white text, a simple logo showing an eye. The homepage explained what the program was about, and it sounded genuinely noble. Essentially, it was a platform designed to collect witness testimonies about crimes and injustices that couldn't be reported through official channels. The site explained that many people around the world witnessed terrible things but couldn't come forward because of fear, corruption, lack of access to legitimate authorities, or various other reasons. The Witness Program aimed to document these testimonies anonymously, creating a permanent record that could potentially be used for justice in the future. The site emphasized that witnesses remain completely anonymous. No real names, no identifying information, just accounts of what people had seen or experienced. The testimonies were stored securely and could be accessed by verified human rights organizations, journalists, and legal professionals who might be able to use them to build cases or expose wrongdoing. It all seemed legitimate and important. There was a button at the bottom, submit your testimony. I didn't have anything to submit. I'd never witnessed any serious crimes or injustices, but I was curious about what the process looked like, so I clicked through anyway. A form appeared asking for basic information about the incident you wanted to record: date, location, type of incident, and a detailed description of what you witnessed. There were drop-down menus for categorizing the testimony: human rights violations, corruption, assault, theft, environmental crimes, and various other options. At the bottom was a field for providing contact information if you wanted to receive updates, though the site stressed this was entirely optional. I closed the form without filling anything in. I had nothing to record. I wasn't going to pick something up just to see how the system worked. But as I was about to close the browser, I noticed another link at the bottom of the page: Become a Witness Validator. I clicked it. The page explained that the program needed volunteers to help verify and categorize submitted testimonies. Because the system allowed anonymous submissions, there was a risk of false reports or
Well, that seems easy.
Zero. Below that was a list of pending testimonies waiting for validation. Each one showed a reference number, a date, and a brief category label. There were dozens of them. I clicked on the first one. The testimony appeared in a simple text box. It was written in English, describing an incident of workplace harassment. The person writing it explained they witnessed their manager verbally abusing an employee over several weeks, creating a hostile environment, but the company's HR department dismissed complaints. The testimony was detailed and specific, including dates and descriptions of particular incidents. Below the testimony were several questions I needed to answer. Does this testimony appear credible? Yes. Possibly unclear, no. Is the testimony sufficiently detailed? Yes. Partially, no. Is the testimony relevant to the stated category?
I started wondering why so many testimonies were suddenly from Birmingham. Was the system somehow showing me testimonies relevant to my location? Because I'd mentioned UK in my registration, and I got a testimony that made my stomach drop. It describes an incident near Cannon Hill Park, my park, one I walk through regularly. According to the testimony, someone had witnessed a woman being followed by a man as she walked home one evening about 3 weeks earlier. The witness claimed the man had been acting suspiciously, maintaining distance, but clearly tracking the woman's movements. The witness had considered his speeding, but had been uncertain whether they were misreading the situation. They watched the woman reach her building safely, then seen the man stand outside for several minutes before leaving. The description of the location was extremely specific. The building was described in enough detail that I was fairly certain it was mine. They mentioned that the Tuesday evening 3 weeks ago. I walked home through that park most Tuesday evenings after my late shift. I tried to tell myself it was coincidence. Lots of women walk through that park. Lots of buildings in the area matched the description. It didn't have to be about me. The details kept matching up. The time was right. The day was right. Even the description of the woman was vague enough that it could have been me. College height, dark coat, carrying a bag. I marked the testimony as credible because I couldn't think of any reason to doubt it. Someone really had witnessed this and maintained something suspicious. Their testimony seemed genuine. Then I submitted the validation to have their fees called. Someone had been following me 3 weeks ago, and someone else had witnessed it happening. And now I was reading about it on a dark website. I checked the date now of the testimony. It had been submitted 2 days ago. Whoever witnessed this had waited 3 weeks before reporting it anonymously to this platform. Over the next few days, more testimonies appeared mentioning the same area. Different incidents, different dates, but all near Cannon Hill Park or the surrounding streets. Someone witnessing suspicious behavior near the entrance to my building. Someone seeing a person sitting in a parked car outside for extended periods. Someone noticing the same individual walking past the same locations repeatedly over several days. Each testimony was written by a different anonymous witness. Each described something that seemed innocuous on its own, but felt threatening when combined with the others. And I was the one validating them, marking them as credible, confirming that yes, his testimony seemed genuine. Yes, it was sufficiently detailed. Yes, they were relevant to their stated categories. I started paying more attention to my surroundings, looking for people that seemed to be watching or following me, checking if anyone was sitting in parked cars near my building, taking different routes home, varying my schedule. I didn't see anything obviously suspicious, but then the testimony suggested the surveillance had been subtle enough that witnesses had been uncertain whether they were really seeing something wrong. And a new type of testimony started appearing. These ones were different in tone. Instead of describing incidents they'd witnessed, they were describing people they'd seen. Detailed descriptions of individuals, including what they were wearing, where they'd been seen, what they'd been doing. One of them described me. I'm certain of it. Average height, dark hair, works in veterinary medicine, lives near Cannon Hill Park, usually walks home around 8 on Tuesday evenings. The testimony claimed to have seen this person exhibiting suspicious behavior, though it didn't specify what that behavior was. I was being documented, catalogued. Multiple anonymous witnesses were submitting testimonies about me, and I was validating them alongside dozens of other testimonies, confirming they seemed credible and detailed. I tried to stop validating, logged found a dark website about the testimonies, about the validation system. They looked at me like I was paranoid. They said they'd make a note of my concerns, but there wasn't much they could do without concrete evidence of harassment or threats. They suggested I keep a diary of suspicious incidents, maybe install a camera, consider speaking to a mental health professional if the anxiety became overwhelming. I moved out of Bloom 2 months later, found a job at a practice in Coventry, got a flat in a completely different area. Didn't tell anyone where I was going except my new employer. For a few weeks, everything seemed fine. No testimonies appeared mentioning my new location. The validation tasks I received were about other places, other people. I started to relax. Then a testimony appeared describing someone matching my description being seen in Coventry, working at a veterinary practice, living in a specific neighborhood, exhibiting the same suspicious patterns of behavior that had been documented in Birmingham. They found me again. More testimonies appeared. My new address, my new routine, my new regular locations, all being documented by anonymous witnesses, all being validated by volunteers who had no idea they were contributing to organized surveillance. Volunteers like I had been. I stopped logging into the site, but the damage was done. My information was in their system. My life was being documented by dozens of anonymous witnesses, all submitting testimonies that painted me as suspicious, as dangerous, as someone who needed to be watched. And somewhere, other validators were reading those testimonies and marking them as credible, just like I'd done. whether it lived up to its reputation. I'd set up all the proper security measures. Tor browser, VPN, the works. Most of what I found was disappointingly mundane. Drug marketplaces that looked like badly designed eBay pages from 2005. Forums discussing privacy and cryptocurrency. The occasional repository of pirated software. Nothing like the horror stories you hear, which I'd mostly written off as urban legends exaggerated by people who've never actually been there. That night, I was following a trail of links from a forum discussing privacy tools. One link led to another, then another. You know how it goes when you're mindlessly browsing. My coffee had gone cold, forgotten on the desk, as I clicked through an increasingly obscure website. The map on my desk slowly lighted the room, casting long shadows across the walls. My eyes were starting to sting from staring at the screen too long, but I was in that zone where you keep going despite knowing you should probably quit at night. I ended up on what appeared to be a classified site, similar layout to Gumtree, Craigslist, but with a minimalist design that was typical of dark web pages. The categories seemed standard at first: electronics, vehicles, services, property. But there was one category that stood out: merchandise. Something about the clinical term made me pause, my cursor hovering over the link. I remembered taking a sip of my cold coffee and grimacing at the taste. It had that bitter, almost metallic flavor that coffee gets when it's been sitting out too long. I clicked on merchandise, expecting to find counterfeit goods or drugs arranged by category. The page loaded slowly, another typical dark web experience, and when it finally appeared, it took me a moment to understand what I was looking at. The listings were organized by location, with major cities and regions from around the world as headers. Underneath each location were dozens of entries with brief descriptions and prices listed in Bitcoin. I scrolled down to the UK section, more out of curiosity about my own country than anything else. There were subsections for London, Manchester, Birmingham, and, to my surprise, Sheffield. My city. My stomach tightened as I clicked on it, though I couldn't have explained why I felt uneasy. The Sheffield section contained about 20 listings, each with a similar format: a reference number, an age, a brief physical description, and a price. No names, no photos, just entries like SHM 224119 brunette athletic build, followed by a Bitcoin amount. It took me embarrassingly long to realize what I was looking at, and I'd like to blame it on being tired or the bizarre clinical nature of the listings, but I think part of me was deliberately refusing to connect the dots. When understanding finally hit, it was like a physical blow. These weren't items, they were people, human beings categorized like products, listed for sale in my city. I remember pushing back from my desk so violently that my chair hit the wall behind me. My hands were shaking, and I felt suddenly cold. I told them I'd found what I believed to be a human trafficking operation online, but I was vague about how I'd come across it. I didn't mention the dark web or the message I received. Even in my panic state, I was aware of how it might sound, how easily I could become a suspect rather than a reporter. The officer took my statement with what seemed like appropriate concern, but I could tell by his expression that he wasn't entirely convinced. Without specific details about victims or perpetrators, without any concrete evidence beyond my word, there wasn't much they could do. He promised they would look into it and took my contact information, but as I left the station, I had the sinking feeling that nothing would come of it. I stayed with a friend for the next week, making excuses about my heating being broken. I couldn't bring myself to tell him the real reason. It sounded too far-fetched, too dramatic. When I finally returned to my flat, I spent the first night sleeping with the kitchen knife beside my bed, starting awake at every creak and groan of the old building. Days passed, then weeks. Nothing happened. No suspicious characters appeared at my door. No strange cars parked outside my building. I began to think that perhaps the verification message had been an automated response, a scare tactic to frighten away anyone who stumbled across the site. Maybe they had so many more important concerns that one random IT worker wasn't worth their time. I began to relax, gradually returning to my normal routines, though I never again ventured onto the dark web. you're reading this, stay away from the dark corners of the internet. Some things, once seen, can't be unseen. Some knowledge comes with a price you never stop paying. And if you ever see a classified listing that doesn't quite make sense, that uses clinical language to describe what sounds like people rather than products, close your browser immediately. Don't scroll. Don't investigate. Just walk away. I think there's someone in the hallway outside my room. They've been standing there for several minutes now. The door handle just moves slightly, as if someone's testing whether it's locked. I don't think I'm going to make that train tomorrow. I've tried writing this so many times I've lost count. Every time, I get a few paragraphs in before I close the laptop and tell myself I'll do it later, when I have the right words, when it doesn't feel like I'm tearing something open inside my chest. But there are no right words. And honestly, I remember everything too well. That's the problem. My brain won't let me forget a single detail. Every conversation, every decision, every moment I chose to keep going when I should have stopped. It's all there, sharp and clear, like it happened yesterday. I'm not writing this to make you feel sorry for me. I'm not asking you to understand. I already know what people will say, that I was broke, desperate, scared. Sure, that's all true, but that's not why I kept doing it. That's the easy explanation, one that lets me off the hook. The real reason is harder to say out loud, because it means admitting I could turn on parts of myself I didn't know could be switched off, that I could compartmentalize my behavior to a degree that still unsettles me, even now, even after everything. 18 months ago, my life was ordinary, boring even, the kind of boring that other people probably envied. I worked at a marketing agency in Manchester, one of those mid-sized firms that handles accounts nobody's ever heard of, but that somehow keep the lights on. I split rent on a flat with my girlfriend Sarah, and convinced myself this was what being an adult looked like. Wake up, go to work, come home, watch something on Netflix, repeat. The job wasn't exciting, but it paid on time, every time. I'd learned to measure happiness by how predictable things were, how stable. Excitement was for people who hadn't yet realized that stability was the real prize. Sarah and I had been together long enough that our routines had merged. We knew each other's schedules, split the bills without arguing about it, had our spots on the sofa. It wasn't passionate anymore, but I told myself that was wrong. That passion was just the opening act, and what we had was the sustainable version, the real thing. Looking back, I wonder if I was already trying to convince myself of things I didn't quite believe. The redundancy meeting was surreal in how scripted it felt. I was called in on a Wednesday afternoon, and the moment I saw my manager sitting with someone from HR, I knew. Everyone in that room had already processed what was about to happen to me. They'd had their meetings, made their decisions, prepared their talking points. The company was downsizing. My role was non-essential. Budget cuts, market conditions. They thanked me for my contributions, said they appreciated my work, handed me a folder explaining my final pay and notice period. The whole thing took maybe 15 minutes. I nodded through the whole thing, not because I agreed, but because my brain couldn't catch up. There was this weird disconnect between what I was hearing and what I was processing, like watching something happen to someone else. I even said thank you as I left the room. Thank you. For what? For destroying the stability I built my entire identity around. At first, unemployment felt temporary. I treated it like a gap between jobs rather than an ending. I updated my CV, spent idea came to me one night in late January while scrolling through Reddit, half asleep. In a thread about alternative ways of making money online, most of the suggestions were predictable and useless. Magic betting, dropshipping, taking surveys for pennies. But one comment stood out precisely because it didn't try to sell anything. The person mentioned, very casually, that there were research opportunities on the dark web for being location tags placed her at specific cafes, specific parks, specific pubs. By the time I finished the report, I knew her routines with a familiarity that felt wrong even as I was compiling it. I knew she ran at 6 in the morning on her days off, that she stopped at the same Starbucks afterward, that she lived alone in a ground floor flat, that her car was parked on the street because the building didn't have dedicated spaces, that she usually worked Tuesday through Thursday nights and had her phone on Do Not Disturb during the day because she needed to sleep. I sent the report and told myself not to think about it, tried to push it out of my mind, but something felt different this time. The amount of detail I'd gathered, the precision of her patterns, the fact that someone had paid double to get this information quickly. 3 weeks later, I was drinking coffee and half watching TV when I opened the Manchester Evening News on my phone. The headline hit me like a punch to the stomach. Stockport nurse missing after night shift. There was a photo. Emma Hartley, the same face I'd been staring at for hours while building her profile. I read the article 3 times, 4 times. She left work at 7:30 in the morning. Her car was still in the hospital car park. She hadn't answered calls or messages. Colleagues were worried. Police were investigating. Details aligned too closely with what I documented. The hospital, the shift pattern, the usual time she'd leave. I told myself it was coincidence. Had to be. People go missing all the time. It didn't mean anything. Couldn't mean anything. Because admitting otherwise would have meant confronting a responsibility I was not prepared to face. Would have meant acknowledging that I'd helped someone do something terrible. I avoided my computer for several days. Didn't check messages. Didn't take any new requests. But financial reality eventually pushed me back to work because fear alone doesn't stop bills from arriving. And I had rent due, council tax, electricity. I couldn't afford to stop. The message that followed didn't come through the usual system. It arrived directly, somehow, in my regular email, which should have been impossible. I've been careful about keeping things separate. Use different devices, different networks. But there it was, in my inbox, with no sender name, just the subject line. Excellent work. The message praised my discretion and attention to detail. Said they had a special project that required someone with my particular skills. 5 individuals across the Northwest. Profiles needed within a week. The figure attached was more than I'd earned in the previous 2 months combined. Before I could even respond, before I could think about whether to accept, half the payment transferred into my account. That was when I understood, fully and clearly, that whatever legitimacy I'd imagined no longer existed. This wasn't debt collection or background checks. This was something else entirely. Something I should walk away from. Should go to the police about. Should refuse absolutely. I accepted anyway. The task involved 5 people. 3 in Manchester, 1 in York, 1 in Bolton. Each profile required a level of detail that went far beyond my previous work. Not just routines and locations, but vulnerabilities, security systems, household names. I spent that week in near isolation, one aligned too closely with the profiles I'd created to dismiss as coincidence. The break-in happened at exactly the time I'd identified as optimal, when the residents were at their weekly evening class. The fraud targeted accounts I'd specifically noted were vulnerable. The assault victim was attacked on the route I'd mapped as isolated and poorly lit. I stopped feeding after the third incident. By then, denial felt more dishonest than knowing. I tried to stop responding to messages, stop checking the encrypted channels, told myself I was done, that I'd made enough money to last a few months, that I could go back to looking for legitimate work, that I could pretend the last few months hadn't happened. Then things got strange. My account started behaving oddly. Emails disappeared from my inbox. Ones I'd definitely received. I'd read multiple times. My phone started doing things I couldn't explain. Opening apps on its own. The camera light coming on when I wasn't using it. Messages I'd sent vanishing from my conversation history. Then came the message, short and direct. You are either an asset or a liability. Choose wisely. The photograph arrived the next morning. It showed me sitting at my desk, face illuminated by my laptop screen, taken from outside the flat, through the window, at night. The angle suggested it was taken from the street, maybe from a car. The timestamp was from 2 nights earlier. I'd been alone in the flat, thought I was safe, thought I was anonymous. Seeing myself from that perspective made something inside me collapse, because it demonstrated, with brutal clarity, how easily the same techniques I'd used on others could be applied to me. I knew my own patterns, knew my routines, knew exactly how vulnerable I was, and now someone else knew them too. I went to the police the next day, walked into the nearest station, and told them I needed to report a crime. When they asked what had happened, I said I wanted to report myself. They arrested me that afternoon, took my laptop, my phone, everything. Interviewed me for hours across multiple days. I told them everything. Every request I'd taken, every profile I'd built, every piece of information I gathered. Showed them how to access the forums, how the payment system worked, everything I knew about the people I worked for, which wasn't much. I cooperated completely, not because I expected leniency, but because I no longer believed in the possibility of undoing what I'd already set in motion. They charged me with multiple offenses: conspiracy, computer misuse, data protection violations. The solicitor they assigned me said I'd probably get prison time, said cooperation would help, but wouldn't erase what I'd done. I told him I understood. Now I'm waiting for my court date, still in the same flat, still going through the same routines, but watching them with an awareness that didn't exist before. The police reassure me that the people I worked for are unlikely to pursue me further, that reporting them was the right thing to do, that I'll be safe. But reassurance doesn't erase knowledge. I know how these profiles are built, know how much information exists about any given person if you know where to look, know how patterns emerge from seemingly innocuous details, know how easy it is to map someone's entire life if you're patient enough. I know how patient the people who use this information can be, how they can wait weeks, months, for exactly the right moment, how they think in longer timescales than normal people do. And I know that somewhere it's entirely possible that my life exists as a document, neatly organized, comprehensive in detail, created using the same methods I once relied upon. Someone knows where I live, where I shop, what time I usually go to sleep, which window doesn't lock properly, which neighbors are home during the day. When the police patrol this street, that knowledge doesn't fade with time. You'd think it would. You'd hope that eventually you'd stop checking over your shoulder, stop pitching at unexpected noises, rates were lower than I'd been earning, but at least it was work that utilized my skills. Most clients were straightforward, people who needed help creating authentic profiles that would attract the right matches. That's when I received a message from someone who called himself Mr. Davidson. He represented what he described as a specialist matchmaking service for people who valued privacy and discretion. They needed experienced profile writers who could create compelling identities for clients who couldn't use their real information on mainstream dating platforms. The rate he offered was exceptional, nearly £3,000 per month for what he estimated would be about 20 hours of work per week. He explained that his clients were often in situations where they needed to date discreetly due to professional obligations, ongoing divorce proceedings, or privacy concerns that made using their real identities problematic. I should have questioned why anyone would need fake dating profiles rather than just using mainstream services with privacy settings. Should have wondered what kind of matchmaking service required creating false identities. But Mr. Davidson presented it as serving a legitimate market of people who had valid reasons for protecting their privacy. First assignment seemed innocuous enough. I was given basic details about a fictional person: age, occupation, interests, general appearance, and asked to create an appealing dating profile that would attract compatible matches. The photos provided looked like standard dating site pictures, nothing that suggested they weren't of the person I was supposedly representing. I wrote the profile carefully, creating a personality that was engaging and authentic feeling, while incorporating all the details I'd been given. Mr. Davidson was pleased with the work and immediately commissioned several more profiles following the same pattern. Over the following weeks, I wrote dozens of dating profiles for fictional people, each one carefully crafted to appeal to specific demographics. Some were designed to attract professional women in their 30s, others targeted older, divorced men, a few focused on recently widowed individuals. I was becoming quite skilled at identifying which personality traits and interests would resonate with different types of people. The work felt legitimate enough, though I was occasionally troubled by the realization that I was creating entirely fictional people who would be interacting with real individuals seeking genuine connections. But Mr. Davidson assured me that his service was transparent with matches about the privacy arrangements, and that consenting adults understood the discretion involved. That rationalization let me continue accepting assignments without examining too closely what I was really facilitating. I was just creating profiles, writing appealing descriptions of fictitious people. What happened after that wasn't my responsibility. The assignments became more specific over time. Instead of general profiles designed to attract compatible matches, I was given detailed targeting requirements. Create a profile that would appeal to recently divorced women with young children. Write a personality that would attract lonely elderly men with substantial assets. Design an identity that would resonate with vulnerable people seeking emotional support after bereavement. The targeting language made me increasingly uncomfortable, but Mr. Davidson explained that precise matchmaking required understanding exactly what different demographics were seeking in potential partners. The specificity ensured better compatibility and more successful outcomes for clients. I accepted that explanation because I needed to believe the work was legitimate. targeting divorced men emphasized the likelihood of success because middle-aged men were statistically more susceptible to romance scams. Each profile included not just the personality description I'd written, but also detailed guidance on how to use it effectively, scripts for initial contact, advice on building trust, techniques for introducing financial requests. My writing has been incorporated into comprehensive fraud packages that enable even inexperienced scammers to target vulnerable people effectively. Some profiles I recognized have been used in dozens of different scams simultaneously. The same carefully crafted personality I created would be deployed by multiple fraudsters targeting different victims in different regions. My writing had been industrialized, turned into a template that enabled systematic exploitation of vulnerable people. But what disturbed me most was discovering profiles designed to target specific individuals, not general demographics, but actual named people whose circumstances have been researched in detail, with profiles custom written to exploit their particular vulnerabilities. These weren't opportunistic scams hoping to find vulnerable targets. They were precisely planned operations targeting people who'd been identified as especially susceptible. I found requests for profiles targeting recently widowed women whose husbands had died in specific circumstances, profiles designed to appeal to men dealing with particular health conditions, even profiles aimed at exploiting people recovering from addiction or mental health crises. Each one was commissioned with detailed intelligence about the target's vulnerabilities and designed to present the perfect personality to exploit those specific weaknesses. My aunt's friend had been one of these targeted individuals. Someone had researched her circumstances, identified her vulnerability, and commissioned a profile specifically designed to exploit her isolation and grief. The profile I'd written had been custom built to manipulate her, using everything I knew about writing convincing characters to create the perfect fraudulent suitor. The realization that I'd enabled systematic targeting of vulnerable people was devastating, but what made it unbearable was understanding how effective my writing had been. The profiles worked precisely because they were well written, because I'd applied genuine creative skill to making fraudulent identities seem authentic and appealing. I tried contacting the police about what I'd discovered, but explaining my role without admitting extensive complicity proved impossible. I'd been writing fraud profiles for months, accepting substantial payment for work I should have recognized wasn't legitimate. The profiles I created had enabled serious financial and emotional harm to real people. The officer I spoke to was professional but frank. I'd knowingly created tools for systematic frauds, providing professional writing services that enabled criminals to exploit vulnerable people. Cooperation might be valuable for their investigation, but I shouldn't expect immunity from prosecution for my role in facilitating romance scams. I was advised to stop writing profiles immediately and refuse further contact with Mr. Davidson. But he'd already anticipated that possibility. I started receiving messages reminding me of the detailed records they had of my profile writing, documentation that showed my professional involvement in The radiator beneath the window was making that knocking sound where your ears were bursting down, and I pulled my sleeve down again against the chill. Outside, the street lights had come on, casting an orange glow through the thin curtains. I checked the time. Just past 9. But it felt later somehow. As I scrolled through the directory, one attention, live streams. That seemed relatively small compared to the cryptic names surrounding it. Thinking it might be some kind of media player or streaming service, I clicked it. Folds expanded to show several subfolders labeled by date. They followed a pattern of year, month, day, and the most recent was from that very day. Curiosity got the better of me. My greatest fault, according to my mother, and I clicked on that day's folder. Inside were more folders, these labeled with timestamps. Again, I selected the most recent, which had been created just minutes earlier. The application suddenly switched to what appeared to be a video player. The screen was black momentarily, then flickered to life, showing what looked like a clinical setting. White walls, bright overhead lighting, stainless steel surfaces. My first thought was that I'd somehow accessed some kind of medical education platform, perhaps left over from my brother's university days. He'd studied biomedical science before switching to graphic design, and I wondered if this was some archived lecture or demonstration. The camera angle changed, revealing more of the room. It resembled an operating theater, but something wasn't quite right. It lacked the organized professional appearance of a hospital setting. The equipment looked medical, but was arranged haphazardly, and there was a person, a man, I think, lying on what appeared to be a modified examination table. He wasn't moving, but I could see his chest rising and falling rapidly. There was a sinking feeling in my stomach then, a primal recognition that something was deeply wrong before my conscious mind had fully processed what I was seeing. I remember my fingers hovering over the trackpad, caught between the instinct to close the window immediately and a horrified paralysis that kept my eyes fixed on the screen. A figure moved into frame, wearing what looked like surgical scrubs and a mask
were archived files going back years, all organized by date and type of procedure. Reading the descriptions made me physically sick. I had to rush to the bathroom twice to vomit. This wasn't just some dark corner of the internet. It was an organized service catering to people with the most disturbing desires imaginable, allowing them not just to watch, but to direct acts of unimaginable cruelty. In a
leaving obvious evidence, just moving through the space and touching things in ways that made their presence known. It felt like a deliberate campaign to make me feel unsafe, to demonstrate that my home wasn't actually private or secure. I changed my locks, which wasn't cheap given the building's security requirements. I installed a small camera in my living room, one of those basic devices that connects to your phone and records when motion is detected. For several days, nothing unusual appeared on the footage, just me leaving in the morning and returning in the evening, the flat empty and undisturbed in between. Then I reviewed footage from a Wednesday afternoon and found what I'd been dreading. Someone had entered my flat around 2 in the afternoon, during a time when I was reliably at work. They'd moved through the space systematically, not searching for valuables, but appearing to document everything. They'd opened drawers and cupboards, examined items on shelves, looked through papers on my desk. They'd spent nearly an hour in my flat before leaving. The figure was wearing gloves and a cap called low, making identification difficult. But what disturbed me most was how familiar they seemed with the layout. They moved confidently, knowing where rooms were without hesitation, opening cupboards and drawers like they already knew what they'd find inside. This wasn't someone's first visit. They'd been here before, multiple times probably, learning the space well enough to navigate it comfortably. I took the footage to the police. They treated it seriously, sending officers to check my flat for signs of forced entry and taking statements about the incidents I'd noticed. They couldn't find any evidence of how the person had gained access. The lock showed no signs of tampering. The windows were all secure. There was no obvious method of entry that forensics could identify. The detective assigned to my case asked detailed questions about my daily routine. I had access to my flat, whether I'd given keys to anyone recently. I mentioned the furniture collection from a few months earlier. The man named Mark had been inside my flat to collect the items. The detective made notes and said they'd look into it, though she seemed doubtful the casual furniture collection could be connected to break-ins months later. About a week after reporting the break-in, I received a message through Facebook from an account I didn't recognize. It contained only a link, no text or explanation. The profile was anonymous, created recently, with no post or friends. Every instinct told me not to click the link, but I needed to understand what was happening. I copied the link in search for information